9. The name of the case is Kent Taylor versus the City of Mountain View, Santa Clara County Superior Court case number 22CV 393000. And the final item, item 2.3, is a conference with legal counsel regarding one item of anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the closed session items listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card. I see no one either virtually or in person. So we will now move into closed session. So the council will now recess to the Plaza Conference Room for closed session and return to the council chambers at 6:30 p.m. for the regular session. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the joint special meeting of the Mountain View City Council and the Shoreline Regional Park Community of March 14, 2023. For those joining us in person, please note that due to our hybrid environment, audio and video presentations can no longer be shared from the lectern. Requests to show an audio or video presentation during a council meeting should be directed to city.clerk@mountainview.gov by 4:30 p.m. on the meeting date. Additionally, due to our hybrid environment, we'll no longer have speakers line up to speak on an item. Anyone wishing to address the council in person must complete a blue speaker card. Please indicate the name you'd like to be called by when it's your turn to speak and the item number on which you wish to speak. Please complete one blue speaker card for each item on which you want to speak and turn them in to the city clerk as soon as possible, but no later than the call for public comment on the item you're speaking on. Instructions for addressing the council virtually may be found on the posted agenda. Now, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, the city clerk will now take roll.
All council members are present this evening.
So we're now moving to item 3 on our agenda, 3.1, which is a proclamation in recognition of Red Cross Month. And please note, this is a presentation only. The City Council will not take any action. Public comment will occur after the presentation item. If you'd like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. So, we're happy to be joined this evening by Mike Kasperzak on behalf of the Red Cross to accept this proclamation. And Mike, I will meet you up front at the lectern.
Cool plastic thing anymore, huh?
No, we don't. So I will be reading this lengthy proclamation, but also saying one of the reasons that it's particularly relevant, we'll be talking about the Red Cross's work in Turkey and Syria, and reminding ourselves that we live in an earthquake zone, and that that the Red Cross could help us out there as well. So this is a long proclamation, so bear with me. Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, a special time to celebrate the humanitarian spirit of Mountain View and reaffirm the commitment to help ensure no one faces a crisis alone, and caring for one another is at the heart of our community, whose simple acts of kindness through the Red Cross provide help and hope in people's most difficult moments. Continuing the life-saving legacy of Clara Barton, who founded the organization more than 140 years ago to prevent and alleviate human suffering. And whereas every day these ordinary individuals lend a helping hand to make an extraordinary difference for neighbors in need, whether it's providing emergency shelter, food, and comfort for families displaced by home fires and other disasters, donating life-saving blood for cancer patients, accident victims, and people with sickle cell disease and other life-threatening conditions, supporting military members and veterans, along with their families and caregivers, through the unique challenges of service, using vital skills like first aid and CPR to help others survive medical emergencies, or delivering international humanitarian aid and reconnecting loved ones separated by crisis around the world. And Whereas a devastating 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck southern and central Turkey and northern and western Syria on February 6, 2023, immediately the Turkish Red Crescent and Syrian Arab Red Crescents deployed more than 9,000 staff and volunteers to the affected area with food, water, blood, basic relief supplies, mental health, and psychosocial support. The National Red Cross and Red Crescent societies from around the world offered technical support, and the American Red Cross contributed 2 disaster responders to the relief efforts, specializing in communications and information management while continuing to assess ongoing needs. Now, therefore, I, Allison Hicks, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of March as American Red Cross Month. Mike, would you like to say a few words?
I would. Thank you, Mayor.
I'll let you have the lectern.
All right. I just have a few notes, but it's great to be here, and Red Cross Month is part of an international movement. The American Red Cross is one of about 125 Red Cross and Red Crescent societies throughout the world that is part of the overall movement. Here in Silicon Valley, we have over 2,000 volunteers in the past year. Over 800 of those are youth volunteers. We've helped over 215 families in 116 emergencies throughout the county during the past year. We've done services for 1,100 members of the armed forces. Sometimes we forget that we have military here in Mountain View. They get deployed, people get lost, and the Red Cross services for the armed forces is a really vital part of our collaboration with the Department of Defense. We've collected over 17,000 units of blood and blood platelets over the last year. And keep in mind that 1 pint of blood can help save the lives of 3 people. And we've trained over 13,500 people in first aid, CPR, and how to use an AED. We've also been through this water crisis, the rain. We were in a drought, and now we're in the great floods. We've had over 1,200 disaster volunteers deployed throughout the county during this disaster. We've provided 11,000 overnight stays to 2,200 residents in 128 emergency shelters throughout the state. And with the help of our partners, provided over 74,000 meals to those folks. So the Red Cross is part of our community, and we are all part of the Red Cross. Mayor, we thank you for this proclamation recognizing the Silicon Valley chapter of the American Red Cross for Red Cross Month. And maybe one year we'll get a Red Cross flag to fly during the month, but I know that's a real fiasco to get a special flag flown. Thank you again for all of your support, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but I doubt there are any. So,
well, we'll see, because we're going to give council a chance to comment. I just wanted to thank you particularly. My husband is from Turkey, and over 50,000 people have died in Turkey and Syria. So when we're thinking we live in a fault zone as well, and hopefully we're following building codes a little better than they did. But, you know, it's something that we need to think about, so thank you for being there. Now, do council members have other additional comments or questions for Mike?
Okay, I know I'm wearing a coat, so what the heck. So anyways, thank you.
So seeing none, thank you very much.
All right.
And we will now take, if we have any speakers, either in person or virtual. And seeing none, we will close this item and move to item number 4 on the agenda, which is the consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. If you'd like to speak on this item or the next item, oral communications on non-agendized items, then in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. So I see that Pat Showalter, the vice mayor, would like to speak.
Yes, I would like to pull 4.3, that's the HRC and PAC appointments, but I would like to just comment on some other things. This is really a great night at this meeting for affordable housing. There are a number of things on our agenda tonight on the consent calendar and then later on that are dealing with affordable housing. And as everybody has observed, that's one of the things, or I probably observed, that's one of the things I really care about is us increasing our supply of affordable housing. So I'm really pleased to see the Crestview apartment funding, the HUD grant, which is affordable housing, the Lot 12 funding for affordable housing, and of course then we'll be talking about the Terabella project. It's just really, I think something that we should really be aware that this Mountain View is a leader in this, but there are lots and lots of steps of work to get each and every one of these projects done, and we have a lot of these steps tonight, so I'm really pleased about that, and I wanted to mention it.
So, Vice Mayor, I've been slipped a note that you may have been referring to item 4.5. Was it 4.3 or 4.5 that you wanted to pull?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
it's the
4.
It's the
go
one
on.
for the HRC.
Yes, that's 4.5.
Sorry, yeah, 4.5.
Okay, so 4.5 is pulled. Councilmember Kamei?
Great, thank you. And thanks to the Vice Mayor for speaking on all those items, so I don't have to comment on them. But I just have a comment, Mayor. I'm not going to pull an item. I just wanted to comment on item 4.4, which is our adopt a resolution to oppose the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. I sit on the League of California Cities Board of Directors as part of my role in the Women's Caucus, and I know that we have been tracking this closely and are very grateful for our cities coming out. And I know our resolution will be sent to the league, so I just wanted to thank our staff and to thank council, hopefully, if this goes forward, because this really will protect, I think, a lot of valuable resources that we use for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any other council members who want to pull an item or comment? Seeing none, I see that Mr. Inks would like to speak, member of the public.
Yeah, this item is taxpayer protection and government accountability. And the report that you received from the League of Cities, I would respectfully submit, is extremely misguiding and misguided rather, and misleading in a lot of ways. It claims in there that this puts a lot of protections and affords voters' rights. No, it does just the opposite of that. It limits those rights. So I would submit that the right thing to do is actually to support taxpayer protection and government accountability. Those seem like very sensible public policy goals. So I would not support a resolution opposing taxpayer protection and government accountability. In fact, I would just do the opposite. I would rewrite the resolution to support taxpayer protection and government accountability. That would be a good step at the local level to start to reverse the notorious reputation the state of California has for being a high tax and high regulation state on businesses and individuals. So I urge you to vote no on 4.4. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public here in the room who would like to speak, and any members of the public virtually who would like to speak? Okay, seeing none. Is there a motion? We'll deal with all the consent items except for 4.5. So I see a motion from Councilmember Ramos and a second from Councilmember Kamei. Now we can vote. Oh, you have to read. Sorry.
Which part do I have to read? Okay, so I move we adopt item 4.1, adopt a resolution of the City of Mountain View amending City Council Policy K-2, Council Advisory Bodies to add requirements for filing statements of economic interest and Brown Act training and removing the ability to appoint alternates to fill potential future vacancies to be read in title only, further reading waived, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending the Council Code of Conduct to modify Section 3.6 to clarify the consequences of noncompliance with ethics training requirements for boards, commissions, and committees to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.2, adopt the resolution of the City of Mountain View authorizing the city attorney to compromise and settle plaintiffs' claims for attorney fees and costs in a matter of Navarro et al. Versus the City of Mountain View, United States District Court Case Number 21-CV-05381 in the amount of $750,000 and authorizing an appropriation of $750,000 from the Liability Self-Insurance Fund to pay the settlement. To be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.3, adopt a resolution of the City of Mountain View acknowledging a receipt of a report made by the Mountain View Fire Chief regarding the required annual inspection of certain occupancies pursuant to sections 13146.2 and 13146.3 of the California Health and Safety Code to be read in title only, further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the City of Mountain View to oppose the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act to be read in title only, further reading waived. And that one's pulled. All right.
Okay, now we can vote. Okay, passes unanimously. And now, Vice Mayor, you wanted to talk about item 4.5.
Yeah, we had a applicant process, an interview process for the Human Relations Committee and for the Performing Arts Committee. And we were really impressed with the caliber of the applicants, as we often are. But in this case, we asked the question of whether or not it would be possible for us to appoint. We had 2 vacancies for the Performing Arts Committee. We wondered if it would be possible, since we had 4 good applicants, to appoint 2 of them and then make 2 of them alternates. And that wasn't answered in the staff report. So I would really like to get an answer for that, because we thought that would be a good option, but I understood there might have been a legal issue. So clarify that.
Yes, I can address that question. So there are 2 ways for you to have alternates on bodies where you are appointing members. You can either do it through the legislation that creates the body. So if you've adopted a resolution that has created a particular body, that resolution can define the membership, and that membership can include alternates. And you would designate the number of alternates, and those alternates would participate in the meetings, but they wouldn't vote unless and until they were needed as an alternate. You cannot appoint alternates as standby in the event that there is a vacancy if you do not have them in the resolution, because there's a law called the MADI Act. And the MADI Act requires that any time that there is a vacancy on a legislative body, so a board or commission created by the council, there are notice requirements that have to be posted in order to allow all members of the public to be able to apply to fill that vacancy. And therefore, you can't have backup people sort of standing in the wings to fill those vacant spots. You have to meet the notice requirements under the MADI Act. So I guess there really is only one way you can have true alternates, and that's by creating them in the resolution that establish the body. So what you would need to do is, if a particular body doesn't allow for alternates right now, we would just amend that legislation, define the membership to include a couple of alternates. so that they can be appointed at the same time all of the other members are appointed.
And I take it that the resolution for the Performing Arts Committee did not include alternates?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, so that's something we could bring up in item 8. Okay. With that, I will move the. Actually, I'm having a little trouble reading. Can somebody else read this for me? 4.5. I forgot my reading glasses.
Okay. Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. I will move to adopt a resolution of the City of Mountain View appointing Joan McDonald to the Human Relations Commission and appointing Carol Donahue and David Garcia to the Performing Arts Committee to be read in title only, further reading waived.
And I see a second by Councilman. Oh, I see a second by the Vice Mayor. Okay, and now we can vote on this one. Also passes unanimously. And, oh, we didn't have speakers. Anybody want to speak on this? No. Okay, so now now we're on oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. If you'd like to speak on this item in person or the next study session item, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment? So first I see Dean Birigny. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilman Nabokova. My name is Dean Birigny. I live at the 779 East Evelyn Avenue, Evelyn Family Apartments. I'm here to speak on the Evelyn Park that is being constructed at the new development called the Hadley that is owned by the Prometheus Company. My wife and I attended every single public input meeting for this, and then the first time the council, the Parks and Recs Commission, sat down to discuss it, they rejected all of our recommendations for the park with words to the effect, well, there are only 2 of you that gave any input, so we're just going to ignore you, and we're going to redesign the park to our likings. To the best of my knowledge, this is a democracy, not a autocracy, and I would like to ask that the Parks and Rec Commission be counseled on how they address and how much respect they give to public input. Because they did ask for public input. We gave public input. There are other people who gave public input, but they don't want it. They've decided rather than taking our input and designing a park that would be appropriate for us and our neighbors in the Evelyn Family Apartments, they're going to design a park that would be very appropriate for 1978. Okay, because of the placement of Evelyn Family Apartments, we're on the extreme outer edge of Mountain View. We have a hard time getting any services or support of any kind out there. We've had a very large pile of gravel sitting in the gutter out in front for pretty much most of the past year that hasn't been cleaned and hasn't been, we don't get street sweeping, we don't get anything. Based on the response of the Parks and Rec Commission to our public input, I feel that we are being disregarded, being insulted, and being told to sit down, shut up, and go away because we're poor people and we don't matter.
Thank you. Now we have Chris Martinez.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Chris Martinez. I am a carpenter with the Carpenters Union, and 405 out of San Jose. I'm really excited too about all the housing coming to town, so I just want to come up here and just hope you guys can think about hiring a responsible contractor. A lot of times we're forgotten about as a construction worker. The men and women that build our great city should, make a livable wage, and healthcare benefits. So I just want to keep it short and sweet, and I just hope you guys, when it comes time to vote on contractors and get the right people in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Alex Eulenberg.
Good evening, Mayor Hicks, council members. I'm here to ask you to use your power as the overseer of the Mountain View Center for Performing Arts to get them to stop their medical discrimination. Currently, they are hosting events that require, they're going to be hosting events, they say, that will require vaccination upon entry. Also, the Peninsula Youth Theater uses these facilities, and they require children to take vaccinations that have not been approved by the FDA. They have not been approved by the FDA, and parents are concerned. They don't want to give the children these shots, and the PYT will not let them participate in their programs. And these programs go on at the Mountain View Center of Performing Arts. What I want you to do is to tell them they can't do this anymore, and they will be defunded unless they stop this medical discrimination. There is no reason to require people to be vaccinated against COVID-19 because we all know these vaccinations do not make anybody safer. Somebody who's unvaccinated does not pose a direct threat. And in having such a policy to require vaccination, these institutions are treating people as if they have some kind of immune disorder. And does that ring a bell? Treating someone as disabled and discriminating against them? Americans with Disabilities Act, can't do it. UNRU Act, treating someone as disabled and discriminating against them, even if they aren't. Once again, unvaccinated people pose zero additional risk over vaccinated people, even to the immunocompromised. So if you hear that we're doing it for the immunocompromised, check the CDC. The guidance for the immunocompromised has nothing to say about avoiding unvaccinated people. So it's against the law, basically, what PYT is doing. And at Pocket Opera, they have an event, they say they're going to be requiring vaccination. That needs to stop immediately. So do what you can as supervisors, as overseers of the Mountain View Center for Performing Arts, and make them stop. You have the power to do that.
Thank you. Ariada Solovjova, sorry. Thank you.
Yes, so we both, me and Alex, we are Mountain View homeowners, have been for over 25 years. And our daughter was in many PYT productions and very active in local theater groups. And we're really happy to notice that CSMA dropped all the requirements and Pear Avenue Theater as well. PYT is one of the last ones, I guess, and Pocket Opera, and there are a few others. And this month is the Youth Arts Month in Santa Clara County, as we noticed. And it's a wonderful thing that, of course, the city administration and the county, they're all for inclusivity and including everyone in the arts community. And unfortunately, this medical discrimination also turns out to be de facto racial discrimination because the Latino and the Black community have the least acceptance of the booster shots for a good reason. These shots are only emergency authorized. They're not approved. They're not FDA approved. A few weeks ago, CDC reapplied to have FDA approve these latest shots, and they were rejected. CDC did not get these shots approved. They're still only emergency authorized. And some people actually look these things up, and also look up, various adverse effects. Pfizer's recently released documents with many pages of adverse events, and they may have a reason to not have this medical procedure for their children. And then they are rejected by theaters in the community who don't let these kids take classes. So I think it's a shame, and I think maybe people here have some influence and can somehow help it stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, are there any members of the public virtually who wish to speak? Seeing no hands, we will close oral communications from the public and move on to item number 6.1, which is our public hearing for 1020 and 1040 Terabella Avenue, the affordable housing projects and public storage. Would any council members like to make disclosures? Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I will disclose that I met with the applicant, or both applicants, I guess.
Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to disclose I met with both applicants.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I also met with both applicants, and I've been to the sites on my own.
Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I've also met with the applicants and visited the site on my own.
Vice Mayor.
I've also met with the applicants several times and visited the site.
Councilmember Kameh.
I met with both of the applicants and visited the site. Thank you.
And I also met with the both applicants and visited the site. So we will now Senior Planner Edgar Maravilla will present the item.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. My name is Edgar Maravilla, Senior Planner of the City of Mountain View, and today I'm here with Assistant Community Development Director, Lindsay Hagan. Today's presentation is for two separate but connected projects at 1020 and 1040 Terabella Avenue. The projects came in by way of a joint gatekeeper application authorized by City Council in August of 2020. The 1020 Terabella project is a 6-story, 100% affordable housing project providing 108 units, including a state density bonus as summarized on the screen and discussed in the report. The 1040 Terabella project would redevelop the existing public storage facility, replacing 18 existing single storage buildings with 2 new multi-storage buildings. The proposal also includes an applicant-requested 10-year development agreement to facilitate the proposed 2-phase construction and a request for a low-generating use transportation impact fee, also discussed in the report. The project parcels are in the Terabella area with project frontages on San Rafael Avenue, Terabella Avenue, and Linda Vista Avenue. The sites are immediately surrounded by existing industrial uses, office, research and development uses, and Highway 101. Further down Terabella Avenue to the west is a recently approved and under construction mixed-use multi-family project at 1001 North Shoreline. If entitled, a lot line adjustment will be processed to implement a land swap and a half-an-acre donation between public storage and Alta housing, reconfiguring the parcels as shown, allowing for more affordable units to be built on the site. After the lot line adjustment, the personal storage use would be located directly adjacent to Highway 101, serving as a buffer to the affordable housing project. The proposed affordable housing development and personal storage project presented tonight require both development permits and legislative land use changes, as shown on the screen, which include, for 1020 Terabella, a general plan map amendment, a zoning map amendment, and planned community and development review permits with a state density bonus. For 1040 Terabella, a general plan text amendment to allow an increase to FAR, a zoning map amendment, a planned community and development review permit, and a request for a development agreement for 10 years. The projects have multiple opportunities for community and decision maker input. Over the course of 9 public meetings, including applicant-hosted community meetings, study sessions, and a hearing with the Environmental Planning Commission, whom recommended approval of the project in February of 2023. The next 2 slides will be specifically about 1020 Terravella, the affordable housing site. Project parking is accommodated in a 2-level above-ground podium garage. The podium garage is wrapped by residential units, common areas, and interior utility rooms, which face adjacent frontages with exterior amenities areas such as the main entry plaza, shown in blue, a secure bicycle parking and repair room, with spell-out plaza areas in orange. The upper floors are organized around the 3rd floor podium courtyard, which faces the Terravella, providing a variety of features such as a children play area, shown in yellow, and an indoor-outdoor community room, shown in purple, among other amenities. The project also provides off-site sidewalk upgrades, including a 7-foot detached sidewalk with a 5-foot wide continuous landscape strip, providing 9 street trees on Terravella Avenue, and a 5-foot detached sidewalk with a 5-foot landscape strip, providing 2 street trees on San Rafael Avenue. The building has a simple modern design with a mix of 3 primary materials: cementitious panels, board form concrete, and metal vertical siding. The color palette uses warm earth tones of almond tan and brown and brighter copper accent colors, the main building corners and on the project awnings. The project design has evolved from the gatekeeper hearing based on input from the Development Review Committee, the Environmental Planning Commission, and City Council. Staff is generally in support of the design and is recommending approval with minor design conditions. To finalize the color palette, design details like window treatment and landscape features by way of cost-neutral changes, ensuring the project provides a high-quality pedestrian environment. The project will utilize federal, state, and county funding sources as shown on the slide. Alta Housing is requesting $13.5 million in funding from the city and anticipates receiving $13 million from the county. The city's contribution is anticipated to be larger than the county's contribution, allowing the city to own the Alta Housing site. This project will fall under the Measure A MOU between the city and the county. This project will serve households earning 30 to 60% of the area median income, with 27 units to be made available for permanent supportive housing or less, at or less than 30% of the average median income. The next 2 slides are specifically about 1040 Terravella, the personal storage project. The project site would be 3.8 acres after the land donation to the affordable housing site. Parking is provided at grade and accessible via both Linda Vista and San Rafael Avenue. Building 1 contains a future on-site business office and is oriented towards Linda Vista Avenue. Building 2 faces San Rafael. Currently, the property has 0 on-site trees and is proposing 81 new trees. Existing street trees will be removed along Linda Vista to construct public improvements, and new street trees will be planted on both project frontages. Because of the 2-phase building approach, some existing storage buildings will remain in use on the property until public storage proceeds with construction of Building 2, and a temporary operation office will be placed fronting San Rafael. The design is a modern building with flat roofs and strong vertical and horizontal bands around both buildings. Building materials include clear and spandrel glass, concrete, cementitious wall materials, stucco, and metal panels. Staff and DRC worked with the applicant based on early study sessions input to incorporate a mural on Building 1 along Linda Vista Avenue, enhance landscape and tree canopy, and generally refine the design to fit into the area through cost-neutral revisions. Here is a formal recommendation as shown on the council report. Staff recommends that the City Council conditionally approve the proposed projects per the formal recommendation shown. Staff also wants to highlight 1 clerical error in the recital sections of attachment 2, 3, 4, and 5. It identifies a City Council hearing date of March 28, but that should read today's date of March 14. This correction should be included in the council motion. Thank you, and that concludes staff presentation. Both project applicants also have presentations they would like to share. In public storage, I believe, would like to present first, followed by Alta Housing.
Okay, thank you very much. So public storage first. Okay, well, Now have a presentation on 1040 Terabella Avenue from the applicants. Andre Friedman, Senior Vice President of Public Storage. Andre, please join us at the lectern.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman, members. Thank you for having me here. I've seen some of your faces for some time and talk about this project now for some couple of years. And very proud of where we are, the partnership with the city, the partnership with Alta Housing. I have a detailed presentation. I think staff did a better job than I did presenting the facts of this project, but I'll run through it quickly just to give all of you a reminder, an overview why we're here. I think it all came really with a creative idea that really sparked on the conversations with some of you, I would say back in 2019, about how we can move this project forward of public storage. And the creative idea was to try to figure out a way to advance, affordable housing. And it happened that Alta Housing just recently purchased the land next to us, and it opened the door to have a creative idea to give back to the city, to give back to the community more residential units that are affordable. So that's what we're presenting here. I think it's about public storage, but the big news is more affordable housing. So I'll run quickly through it, and I'm happy to answer any questions at the end. But if you don't mind, the next slide. This is, configuration of public storage property. We've been part of the community for over 40 years now with this and other facilities in the city. And Alta Housing owns the property to the right on this slide, that is the blue area, with about half an acre. What we're proposing here today, as part of this process we've been going through, is donate some of the land in front of Terabella. Next slide, please. That really, it does many things. The most important thing, it just gives the predominance of Terabella to affordable housing component. Public storage gives up the frontage to be in the back. Our new facility will also act as a buffer to the residential unit, which now can grow from 56 units to 108 units. Next slide, please. Our project, as staff presented, it's two buildings, two phases. Building 1, which we're proposing phase 1, and then building 2 as phase 2. The two projects now will be replacing 60 40-year-old drive-up buildings to secure and climate control facilities to serve the community. When you look at the customer map of who is our client, the majority of our clients are residents. So hopefully these, with the growth of the city, the growth of apartments getting smaller, will provide better product to service the community as well. Next slide, please. This is what we came forward back in 2020 as a gatekeeper of our proposal. Since that date, next slide, please, we had significant meetings with EPC, with the council, as well as DRC, and we've addressed a lot of the comments that are outlined in this slide, which resulted in, next slide, please, this very contemporary, beautiful, articulated building. And I said to some of you, it probably will be the nicest public storage building we've ever built. We're very proud of it, and hopefully we can serve the community. And this architecture really is a reflection of, continuous conversations with community, the city staff. And one of the items that highlights in these elevations is the mural that you see there. It's on private property. We haven't identified exactly the art that is going to go there, but it's for now a placeholder. Then we'll be working over the next year or so to try to figure out the right image to implement. This is the building number 1. It's a 6-story building, which will be phase 1 for us when we move forward. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of the facility. This is the main entrance on Linda Vista, where customers will come in. The office is at the bottom. There will be customers park here to get in, though we have seen through the pandemic the acceleration of technology using our app online. 60% of our customers these days use it to get rentals through our units, so we expect a lot of flow in and out, but not a lot of people probably parking at the office. Next slide, please. It is another view of the freeway overpass where the building will be located between the industrial buildings and the overside. On the right-hand side, the back is Terabella, and your front in Linda Vista. Towards the end, on the right-hand side, you see the building on the right-hand side rendering. Next slide, please. This is phase 2. It's similar architectural style. With the difference is a 4-story building. The main reason for this is just to be able to do the right scale of building behind the affordable housing component, which was important through the design. It will continue to provide a buffer with the noise of the freeway, but also from a scale point of view, it's not as massive as the 6-story building. Next slide, this is a view from San Rafael. To the left-hand side in white, you can see the massing of the affordable housing project from Alta. And on the right-hand side, our building, so you understand the scale. And this will be entrance or exit of phase 2 of our projects. Next slide. It was mentioned during staff report that landscape was an important element to the discussions, not just the architecture. The property has no trees, and offsite we have about 6 trees, which will be replaced now, next slide please, with 81 trees, which will eventually provide 40% canopy shade in the surrounding area. So it's a significant improvement to what we have there, and that was the end result of the effort with the city. Next slide. This is just some of the benefits that were negotiated as part of the development agreement, and outlines the importance of that 10-year period for us to be able to execute this project. The intent here is to provide public storage with some optionality, but the ability to donate the land happens right after approval of this project, where the Alta Housing can move forward. We do need to relocate our offices, utilities, and our management office, which will be the first step, so that then we can donate the land and they can move forward. But we hopefully start that process soon after approval. Next slide. It's just a summary of what staff just presented, the documents in front of you. And happy to answer any questions you may have. Happy to be here.
Do council members have any questions for Mr. Friedman, or would you like to save them for after both presentations? Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a quick question. Unless I missed it, conspicuously absent from the renderings is a large public storage sign that would be visible from the freeway. Those of us who know what public storage is will know that that's a public storage building, but many people may not. I'm curious to know if you happen to have a rendering of what that would look like, or at least some description of what you expect that signage.
Thank you. The signage was discussed, but it was not part of the application today. We will be seeking freeway signage as part of the conversations with the city. It's important for us. One of the reasons we moved to the back of Terabella was also to be able to have some presence for our customers. And that's why the signage is not shown. The signage will be done to scale in a testful way. It's just reflecting what our, the right scale, and we hope to bring that forward. But I don't have something with me. I should have, but I don't have one. But okay. Yes, hopefully we'll be able to do one for each building is what we hope to get.
Thank you. And then a quick question for staff. Is it typical for the signage to be discussed and approved after entitlement, or is it unusual? I guess why not sort of lump it all together, since we're approving a number of things tonight?
Great question. So for this particular project, the applicant is also applying for a master sign program, so it's going to require a little bit more information as far as the location, 1 and 2, and the other, for example, monument signs or anything along those lines, and that requires a separate process per our current code.
Okay, so the code itself requires them to get entitlement prior to going through the master sign process.
If I can answer that and jump in here. So typically why you also don't see signage as part of a development package is because you need the actual detailed building to be able to kind of lay out accurately any signage. So typically that is a separate process done during building entitlement or building permits, or even after that. It's usually pulled by a separate contractor and everything like that. So yeah, it is very typical in all of our projects. The signage comes secondary.
Okay, thank you.
So council members, any other questions at this point? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now have a presentation on 1020 Terabella Avenue from the applicants Randy Suda, President and CEO, and Carlos Castellanos, Vice President of Real Estate Development for Alta Housing. Randy, please join us at the lectern. Or Carlos.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Carlos Castellanos, Vice President, Real Estate Development at Alta Housing. And Randy Suda is here with me to answer questions as well. And we'll go through this presentation rather quickly and leave it for questions. Next slide, please. So our process, we came last year, and we appreciated the council's enthusiasm in setting the goal for trying to get the entitlements done so that we could be eligible to apply this spring for state financing. And we really are happy to say that we work very well with the city staff to get us here today and to be able to be on track to apply for the state financing, which we anticipate is going to be in this June. And if ideally, if everything goes to plans, we would be receiving an award at the end of the year, and then applying for permits and being able to apply for state tax credits early next year. And again, ideally, and having the opportunity to secure those credits, and at the earliest starting construction late in 2024. Next slide, please. And this is just a reminder of where we started with the gatekeeper a few years ago and where we are today. We've been able to listen to public input, council input, and staff and DRC input. We've actually reduced the size of the building by one level. We've been able to really work on a large building, trying to break up the mass, and we'll show it in the next slide, please. So here's, in particular, the working with the city staff. We've been focused on the massing, on the colors of the building, and particularly on the pedestrian streetscape and experience down on the ground floor. And we really worked on how to focus on our learn through play programming at the ground floor, which I'll show in the next slides. First, we'll just go through the massing here, again, breaking up the large building with through colors, through some of the articulation, and we'll go to the next slide. And particularly here on the ground floor, looking at the entryway plaza as really a place where residents and community can come and experience it, come at different times, be interactive. The idea here is we're going to be creating a human sundial and stenciled on the ground there, where we can have people stand there and tell what time it is. And we want to have a art feature that would help complement the not only the sundial, but also some of the signage that we'll have explaining the facility, or explaining the what we have there. And then we also have the bike facility there as well, where that's where residents will store their bikes. We wanted to open it up a little bit, have some additional exterior public bike parking there, make this an opportunity for residents and community to get together there, hopefully have bike rides and make it something that's very active on the street. And the third image on the left-hand side is the front stoops that we have for our residents who are going to be along Terabella, set back about 18 feet from the street. So it gives us a chance to have basically a kind of a front yard for those residents, and have the stoop and the awning there, hopefully creating that opportunity for residents to sit out in front, have eyes on the street, and also interact with the street as well. Next slide. And as was mentioned earlier in the staff presentation, we also have our third floor courtyard where we have zoned our intergenerational and different levels of both passive and active activities throughout the courtyard there. And we have also one thing that we're really excited about is having our community room, which is on the right-hand side. It's also on the lower image there, that would open up into the courtyard space, allowing for indoor and outdoor activities, taking advantage of fresh air and fresh light and light and natural light to really create a sense of larger event for the residents. And I believe, the next slide, I believe that's it. So we're open for any questions that you may have.
So, council members, do you have questions? I actually have one question, which is members of the public have asked about phone and utility pole undergrounding. Can anybody, they've been concerned about that and want to know what, if any, of that will be happening. Can someone answer that question?
Yes, I'll start answering, and we are working with the city and the utilities to underground along San Rafael. We are not undergrounding along Terabella. I believe that's been the questions that have come up. We've looked into it. We've had a civil engineer look at estimating the cost. It would be approaching about $1 million to do that work. And if that were asked of us, the affordable housing, to absorb that cost and to do the work, it would make the feasibility of the project more difficult. We think that it would. Right now, we're in a very high competitive mode with this state funding, and so we're trying to be careful about costs for the project. And like I said, that would add upwards towards about $1 million to the cost.
So the answer is partially, but not on Terabella.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Councilmember Matichak?
Thank you. So I was trying to jot down the timeline when you had it on a slide. I don't think I caught everything. In the fall of 23, you would submit for the permits, and then late 24, you would start construction. Did it say when you would finish construction? Estimated?
Yeah, I didn't mention that in the slide.
Oh, okay.
It was the construction would take about 20 months, so we're anticipating more or less towards the end of 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I was wondering about where the kids who live in the affordable housing here would go to school and how they would get there.
Yes, I think we're going to be working with that with the school district. We're definitely looking at the local elementary schools, and I know we also work with our resident services on how to get the students to the schools, and we're looking at safe routes to school, trying to do a walking school bus or bike school bus, as they call them, these bike trips where you have kids going together, and that would be done through our resident services. And we're also working with the city on how to create a safe ride to the local schools there. And Randy has something else to say.
It's the curse and the benefit of actually living in Mountain View is the schools these children would attend to are Therakoff and then Crittenden for middle school. I think one of the blessings about the collocation of this site is that it's actually on the city's designated safe routes to school. So I think that's terrific in that it's already on that designated safe route to school route, and potentially can be improved in the future. You know, one thing to keep in mind is if those buildings on the other side of Shoreline, on the other part of Terabella, ever do redevelop, as has been discussed from time to time, it could be even more direct and create a bike path or pedestrian path directly from Terabella into into the middle school, and it would connect in near the sports center there. So I think there's it's a good opportunity now and can even be enhanced in the future.
Thank you. And that also is good because Teleconference is one of the schools that has lower enrollment, and so there's probably plenty of room for those kids right now. Yeah, that's good.
Any other council questions? Councilmember Matic?
Sorry, I did have another one I forgot. So I believe we're doing a feasibility study of a bike lane on Terabella. This might be for staff. And I was wondering when that might be completed, and do we have any initial thoughts on, yes, bike lanes are possible, maybe just on one side of the street, both sides of the street, or what's involved in the feasibility study?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. So you are correct that we have in our capital improvement program a Terabella Bikeway feasibility study. We are planning to start that study in the fall. We've been waiting for project management resources. So as a feasibility study, it will take a look at various alternatives of the different types of bike treatments that may be feasible working within the right-of-way that's available. So I could imagine at this point that we definitely would look at the possibility of a bike lane as well as a buffered bike lane, what that might mean for removing on-street parking to help create the right-of-way that's necessary. Are there other bike treatments we could consider in line with just balancing that with the on-street parking as well? So there would be a variety of alternatives looked at different configurations and layouts, and then what would be the trade-offs in terms of parking or lane widths, how we would approach intersections and what that would look like. It'll probably take about a year to get through the feasibility study, and it will definitely include outreach and visiting the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee.
Okay, and then when we finish the feasibility study, about how long would it be before the bike lanes would actually be constructed?
So that part of that will depend upon the results of the feasibility study and what alternative is selected. If we are staying, we do plan to stay within the right-of-way, but we're not going to move any curbs or do that level of work, so it's more focused on the pavement. It can be a little quicker to design and eventually implement, but it's still going to be a 9-month process to get on the simplest process to get through an engineering design process and then time to construct. The real question will be priorities. There are going to be there are quite a few bike projects currently on our list, both in process and pending, and one of the values of the active transportation plan that's currently under development will help us establish those priorities of which ones we would work to do first, because it is also a matter of funding and staffing resources.
So in a perfect world, if this one was prioritized and there was funding, could it be completed by the time there are people living in the Alta Housing Project? If
could be completed in about, if it was high priority and just moved right on through, in about 3 to 3.5 years, maybe 3 years. And again, that would be keeping it confined to within existing curbs.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, last call for council questions. Seeing none. Now members of the public are able to comment. I see 2 members of the public in person who would like to comment. First, Albert Jeans.
Good evening. It's always good to be here instead of Zoom. My main reason for talking, besides that I sent you an email about undergrounding the utilities, was that I really want to urge the city to support this project going forward. I mean, it's been a long road to come to this point, but it's still going to need a lot of support going forward because, as you know, if you've been to the site, you're plunking down probably close to 1,000 people when you consider all the other projects in Terabella in the middle of an industrial park, which isn't very residential friendly. Next slide, please. And we're talking about, yeah, all these people are going to have to use Terabella to walk to school or go to the supermarket and things, and this is the current state. And I'm glad to hear that, you know, they're going to widen the sidewalk and put in trees, but that still leaves, you know, the rest of Terabella, which is still limited to this very narrow standard, sort of a 5-foot wide sidewalk, and with large-sized vehicles parked next to it, it's not very pleasant. And if you're riding your bike on there on the street, it's even more dangerous. Next slide, please. And even if there are no oversized vehicles, this is an industrial area. There's a lot of trucks, commercial vehicles coming and going, lots of driveway cutouts. It's pretty dangerous. I mean, the people in my neighborhood, there's about 160 houses. You know, I think we use this road a lot. We know it well. The intersections need a lot of improvement. It would really be nice if the whole street was like, you know, a wide 7-foot wide sidewalk with the bike lanes, and really make it residential friendly and a really nice place to live. Next slide, please. Yeah, I mean, you have this going on. You know, the self-driving truck company is backing their truck into their driveway and going, you know, I mean, these are really large vehicles. Next slide, please. And even once you get to Shoreline, you know, I walked from the site to the Safeway the other day. It's a good 17-minute walk, and it's not pleasant because Shoreline is very loud, very busy. The sidewalks are still narrow. You still have a lot of driveway cutouts. And I know that at least up to Middlefield is going to be a protected bike lane, and so that will help some. But then you've still got the, you know, the rest of the way to the Safeway, and it's just, yeah, not a very pleasant experience right now. So hopefully, I'm hoping the city will put this on a little bit of a priority, you know, get more projects into the CIP to really make this a residential area that people will want to live in. You know, we don't want this known as, oh, this is the affordable housing area, you know. We really want people to be proud of living there. And as neighbors, we would like to be proud of the area too, and be proud to show people, oh, you know, this is Mountain View's affordable housing. Look how nice it is. You know, it should be a model for what we're doing in other parts of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alex Brown?
Oh, hello. Don't have slides, sorry. Lindsay Ecker. I'm here to support the project. As you can imagine, I've been showing up at these meetings and the stakeholder meetings for a while. I also am going to be a neighbor just over the 101. I would like to say it'll be a little sad if the only visually interesting part of the project is a mural on the public storage building. Just earth tones, same construction as everything else. It's boring. We can do better. I know, it's nice, it's housing, we need it, no matter what it looks like. There's gonna be people inside of it. But come on. It's the same building we've seen so many times. It's articulated, okay, cool. It's brown, it's tan, it's great, it's beige. Anyway, support the project, yes, all for it. Do better.
Thank you. So seeing no other in-person speakers, do we have any virtual speakers? Please raise your hands now. I see no virtual speakers. So I'll now bring the item back for council deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the ordinances and resolutions attached to the report. Councilmember Abekoga.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. I was going to chime in, but looking at reading the resolution, I'm glad you chimed in first. I'll just keep it short. I just want to say thank you to the applicants and staff and the community, too, for many years of input. And I'm really excited about this project. I want to thank Mr. Andreas for being open to suggestions and bringing forth a project that allows us to have significant affordable housing units, which was what I wanted with the gatekeeper And so, and that's what this is actually, I would say, a successful gatekeeper project when we get significant community benefits. So something to think about and as we talk about gatekeeper in the future. And I also want to thank Randy Tsuda and his team, the project, the affordable housing project. I know, but aesthetics is subjective. I will say that I think it was a huge improvement from the original design and the colors and whatnot. It's just, I think, a much more softer, welcoming design that is more conducive to a residential building. So I just want to thank you for being open to suggestions and ideas and coming up with I think, a really solid project that we can all be proud of. And then I will say too, with the signage, I know there's that's to be continued, but I don't know what what I have to go back and look at our signage, I guess, code, but I do think, from the freeway, you want to be able to have visibility. You want folks to know what's there. I don't mind it being as big because it's facing the freeway. So, this is where I think it's important for us to be supportive of our businesses. And so I hope that we can, work. I know we can work collaboratively with the applicant to come up with appropriate signage that will also satisfy their needs of having a thriving business. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So I will start by saying I am supportive of both of the projects and the development agreement. A couple of other comments. I love the sundial at the Alta Housing project. That was very creative. I also like the fact that there will be a mural on the public storage building. And I agree with the comments about signage. It is important for folks to be able to find businesses. We have signs on other buildings that face 101. To me, this is no different. So it seems like that makes sense. As a member of the Santa Clara County Airport Land Use Commission Board, although I recused myself when this project came before the ALUC, I do appreciate that you're complying with the requirements of the ALUC. Thank you for that. I had a couple of items I wanted to bring up, and we've talked about them a little bit. And the first is the undergrounding of the utilities along Terabella. So I was thinking about this before. We typically require that of market rate residential units. I completely understand why we would not do that in this case because it does add to the cost and it kind of throws a wrench in the whole plan here. But when I saw the slide that showed the third floor courtyard and there are the utility lines right in front of it, I thought, oh, it's kind of worse than I thought. So I appreciate their being undergrounded on San Rafael, but I actually would like them undergrounded on Terabella too. And I was thinking maybe the city can help in that regard and pay for them. I think it's a good use of our funds. I do want affordable housing, as was mentioned, to look as nice as market rate housing. And I know we don't have any of the, I forget what it was called, Rule 20 funds to do that, but I think we could use some of our CIP dollars to do this. I'm not quite sure how it would work. I can think of different scenarios where the city does it or the city just pays for it and Alta Housing has their contractor do it, but we pay for it. But I guess I see perhaps a comment from our Public Works Director.
Thank you. Good evening again. So to answer your second question, how it would work is if the city wanted to pay for the undergrounding, the odds are the best approach would be for the applicant to do the undergrounding with a reimbursement agreement from the city, because they will be doing all kinds of frontage work and tearing up roadway, and trying to coordinate a city project with them could result in delaying their project or causing other problems. In terms of the city paying for it, as we noted in the question and answer for council, and as you've mentioned, historically there have been two ways that we've had undergrounding. One is, per city code, we can require developments that are include a subdivision to underground. This project does not include a subdivision, and therefore would not meet that's one of the reasons that it was not required of this project to underground the utility lines. The second way has historically been, as you said, the Rule 20A PG&E credits. Unfortunately, as we noted, our last Rule 20A project will be California Street. It's currently in design by PG&E. That program has now officially been discontinued statewide, so that is not a source we can tap into. If council desires or directs it, we are going to be looking at the 5-year CIP and can bring back to you funding options. Staff took a quick swag at it because we had no engineering details and said we thought it could cost between $570,000 and $750,000, but the applicant apparently has done a little more deeper look, and we're not surprised, honestly, that they're saying $1 million. It is very expensive. And remember, this is not all of Terabella. This is just their frontage. It is very expensive. We are going to be short on CIP discretionary funds, and you will be hearing more about that. And we have a lot more demand for these funds in terms of projects and priorities than funding available. It doesn't mean that this can't be done, but we just want council to be aware of that. I will throw one possibility out for you to think about. We would consider as part of the CIP. We do have community benefits from the 1001 North Shoreline project. Council had previously directed that those community benefits go towards active transportation improvements for the Terabella area. We are planning to use that money for the feasibility study for the bikeway and to deliver any recommendations from that study for bike improvements. So, however, that amount of money is just over $1 million, so that if that was the source, it would basically divert the money from the bikeway project. So these are the considerations that we would have to think about and ask council to think about in terms of prioritize or adding this work to the project and what it may mean for other CIP priorities.
So just to clarify, process-wise, are you recommending possibly bringing it forward when you bring the CIP back to us?
If council provides direction tonight that they want us, well, you don't even have to provide it tonight, honestly. We have a study session in 2 weeks. You will find that one of the questions that we are proposing will be, are there any additional projects council would like us to evaluate for possible inclusion in the 5-year CIP?
Would we need to include anything tonight about, we want the city staff and the applicant to work together based upon council direction, whether or not we want to do this? Do we need to add that to as a part of the approval?
I do not think you would need to make it a motion. We can, in general, if this is the desire of the majority of the council, we can take it as general direction, and it would be coming more through the CIP process that you would take any formal action.
Okay, thank you.
So one of the things I'm hearing procedurally is when that comes back to us, the question will be raised of do we have any additional projects? And our assignment would be to remember that we have an additional project. I think Councilmember Ramirez has a question.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions from Councilmember Matichak. The solution, it sounds like, would be that the applicant or applicants bear that responsibility and we would reimburse them. But that's a significant deviation from the project that's currently before us, right? So, and then they would need $1 million somehow in order to actually do the work. We're not supplying them $1 million, so they would still need to capitalize it. So I'm hearing we may not need to provide direction tonight, but they probably need to know if that's what the council wants, right?
I will have to look towards our community development staff, because what we typically do in these situations, the developer is going to build something in our right-of-way that's more for the benefit of the city and the city community. It's not required as part of the development. The city, we enter into a reimbursement agreement with the developer, and we have a standard form. We've done this on other projects where, you know, if they're willing and it all works out, they go ahead and incorporate these improvements in their plans, but the city will reimburse them for the costs of design and construction of the improvements. I believe, I don't know if that would affect their plans tonight versus it would be more reflected in their building permit plans. Go ahead.
While we're waiting, I may ask the applicants if you're interested in working with the city on this project.
Sorry, if I may just address council on a couple of items. One is, we hear you that the interest is in making sure that there's undergrounding along that street. And Donna and I have chatted briefly. I think it'd be helpful for council to give preliminary direction to staff to just include it, you know, in the 5-year CIP as an option to study, so council knows that it's, so staff knows it's on the docket. But we also need some additional time to be able to work out what that reimbursement agreement would look like. Traditionally, yes, it is the applicant bills it and the city reimburses, but we can talk to the applicant about what might work in Public Works and bring back that option of what it would look like. As you know, we are advancing some funds to this project and typically do for development costs, and we can talk about some of this. We don't have to resolve it all today.
So if I'm hearing that right, procedurally, along with the motion that staff has recommended, if we go for that, we would also have could have a separate motion to include the undergrounding in the CIP.
I would just say council wouldn't be making that decision, but just include studying it as a potential option when you do come back. So staff is just including it as an optional project for your consideration.
Exactly. I would recommend that you not make that firm commitment till you have a chance to see the entirety of the CIP, all the project priorities, the funding sources, so that you know the trade-offs that will be made in order to prioritize spending this money on undergrounding the utilities. So the direction I'm hearing for our staff is to be sure to include this project as a potential project in the CIP.
Okay, so that could be a separate motion to include it as a potential project in the CIP, and I believe that Councilmember Kamei has something to say.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I know that those on the not on the dais can't see. So the Councilmember Ramirez already moved the item, and I was happy to second it. I hadn't planned to speak. If we go down the route of undergrounding conversation, I feel like it would be best if I abstain on that conversation due to my employment. We're not specifically discussing the item, but just I think to keep it as clean as possible, I wouldn't be able to participate, and just wanted to make that clear to the applicant, the public, as well as my colleagues that that is why I cannot entertain anything with that. Just like to keep all separate. Thank you.
So I'm assuming that's a separate motion that you can. refrain from then.
Should it go down that path? I'm not sure where we're going, but I'm getting a little clammy. So I thought that before we go forward, I just wanted to let colleagues know where I'm coming from. I think that's an important part of the discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Well, do we want to finish? Well, I just wanted to make a comment about this project. I'm really delighted about this project. I think it's particularly innovative, and I wanted to talk about some of the things that I think are innovative about it. First of all, anytime two businesses get together to work on a project like this, they are really to be congratulated. Thank you so much for doing this. I think that you have this land swap, essentially, that you are working on is creating a much better project for both of you. And certainly that means we're getting a much better project for the city of Mountain View. And that's the kind of thing that government, we can't say to you, you have to switch your land. We can't do that. That's something you have to do for us. You have to see the improvement and take care of it. And I just want to thank you for doing that. I know that it was brought up by a number of people as a possibility. We're always looking at how we can shift puzzle pieces. But just because we look at how we can shift puzzle pieces is very different from the people who own those puzzle pieces saying, yes, let's go forward like that. So thank you so much for doing that. Another thing I think is innovative that we haven't talked about is the staff's utilization of the standards from the East Wisman plan for this. We have a lot of zoning standards. They go back a long way in many cases, but we sort of had a fresh set for high density residential in the development of the East Wisman Precise Plan. And one of the things that I think was so valuable about that is that to develop that Precise Plan, we had a lot of stakeholder input. And so I think that the fact that we took advantage of all of that effort that was used in the East Wisman Precise Plan to develop those standards, and we applied them to this project where they are applicable, reasonably applicable, was very innovative, and I wanted to mention it and thank you for doing that. And I'm delighted, and of course, to see this project come forward, and of course we'll be voting yes.
Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I am in support of both projects. I'm also in support of the developer agreement, having signage from the freeway that is necessary for your business to be effective and running. I like the fact that it's the storage business that's going to be up against the freeway. If anything was going to be up against the freeway, I'd rather have that than homes, which is great. With land so scarce, I'm happy that you came up with an innovative solution so that we could be more efficient with the land. And like Vice Mayor Showalter said, we can't tell you to do that, but if you come up with those solutions yourselves, because it's your private property, that's wonderful. I think this is something that should be celebrated, and I am supportive of a nice, clean motion, so Councilmember Kamei doesn't have to get too worried right now.
So I believe we're going to have a motion in a moment in support of the project. I just wanted to say a few words. I agree with all the complimentary things that my peers have mentioned. I think the one thing that's left that hasn't been said that I can think of is that I like the improvement of the sidewalk. And that it's 7 feet wide. There's a planting strip that separates people from the street for both safety and to make the walk more pleasant. And also I forget the number of feet, but a significant number of feet between the sidewalk and the door, so that the front door, so that the stoops can be used more and people get a feeling of privacy and people can have green spaces on both sides. And I hope, as Mr. Jeans has mentioned, that that's the beginning of continual improvement to the walkability and bikeability of the area that makes it feel more like a home for people. So with that, Councilmember Ramirez, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be moving the staff recommendation very briefly first. I just want to reiterate the comments that my colleagues have made. Very strongly support the project. It is an excellent example of what could be achieved through the gatekeeper process. And I appreciate everyone who helped encourage each of the property owners to collaborate and bring to us two, I think, excellent projects that I'm glad to hear there's unanimous support for. So with that, I will move to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting the initial study / mitigated negative declaration for the Terabella Public Storage and Alta Housing affordable housing projects located at 1020 Terabella Avenue, 1040 Terabella Avenue, and 1055 San Leandro Avenue pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a general plan map amendment from general industrial to high density residential for 1020 Terabella Avenue, and a general plan text amendment to allow an increase in the maximum floor area ratio, FAR, from 0.55 FAR to 2.05 FAR in the general industrial land use designation for uses with limited employees and customers that provide a significant public benefit toward affordable housing, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View approving a zoning map amendment from the MM General Industrial Zoning District to a P Planned Community Zoning District for the properties located at 1020 Terabella Avenue, 1040 Terabella Avenue, and 1055 San Leandro Avenue, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading for March 28th, 2023. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a planned community permit and a development review permit to construct a 6-story affordable housing development with 106 affordable rental units and 2 managers units for a 2-level podium garage and a state density bonus, with a concession on a 1.04 acre project site at 1020 Terabella Avenue, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a planned community permit and development review permit to construct 6-story and 4-story personal storage buildings with at-grade parking on a 3.8 acre project site at 1040 Terabella Avenue and 1055 San Leandro Avenue, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View approving a development agreement by and between the City of Mountain View and Public Storage for the Terabella Public Storage Project for public storage located at 1040 Terabella Avenue and 1055 San Leandro Avenue, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading for March 20th, 2023. And I forgot, thank you, staff, for working on this. I know this is a complex project, a lot of challenging components, and in addition to the collaboration of the property owners, I think we would be remiss in not congratulating you for helping bring both of these projects to the finish line. Thank you.
And we have a second by Councilmember Kamei, so we can vote.
Sorry, if I can just ask, we do need the council to read in the correction about the date. I believe it's attachments 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and 4, the date needs to be today's date that's revised.
Sorry, we're correcting the second reading date?
Sorry, so in the actual documents themselves, they list the wrong date. So for attachments 2, 3, 4, and 5, instead of March 28th, we need it to be revised to March 14th.
Okay, thank you. So do I need to read that or say as corrected by staff? Is that sufficient?
Yes, you can just say as corrected by staff.
Okay, well then,
That's fine.
The staff recommendation that I've just read with the corrections read into the record by staff. Thank you.
Okay, now we can vote. Passes unanimously, and now there is some discussion of undergrounding and the CIP. Councilmember Matichak. Oh.
Yes, in the motion for the, yes. You can just, no, you don't have to physically leave. You can just recuse and not participate, yes.
Okay, Councilmember Matichak.
No, you can stay. Please stay. Yeah, I just wanted to see if there's support for asking staff to bring back a CIP for the undergrounding of the utilities. It would be to reimburse the applicant, Alta Housing, for doing the work. And I guess maybe if Mr. Suda, he's standing there, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add to this before I summarize what I was going to ask staff to do.
No, I know several minutes ago, Councilmember Ramirez asked for applicant input on this topic, and yeah, we're happy to continue to have these conversations with council and staff. We'll probably need some flexibility on the placement of where those lines get undergrounded, such that we don't jeopardize the landscape scheme or the building placement, things like that. So there's all these details that Dawn knows. Dawn and I were talking about this, that we know we need to talk about, and also we need to work out some details on the timing of that money, since we would need the money also up front rather than as a typical reimbursement. But happy to continue working on that. Our only request is that we get direction on this relatively soon so that we can prepare the drawings and submit those with our building permit requests later on this year.
Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do anything that delays this project. And so since we're talking about CIP's next council meeting, right? So in a couple weeks, to have staff bring back a CIP that we can consider for inclusion in the 5-year CIP to underground the utilities on Terabella in front of this project.
Councilmember Ramirez, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess a question. So I think I'm okay with the direction, but I just want to I want to be absolutely certain the applicant is comfortable with this direction, that the 2 weeks won't in any way delay or impede the project. Okay, so with the consent of the applicant, then I'm comfortable with the direction.
So, Councilmember Matichak, would you like to make a motion?
I think that was it. Yes, I'll make a motion that we direct staff to what I said before. Thanks. I can just do that, right? Do I have to repeat it all?
I mean, no, I think that we could probably go back and figure it all out.
I'm happy to repeat it. So it's to direct staff to bring back in 2 weeks, when we evaluate our CIP for the next 5 years, bring back this as a CIP so that we can consider it in light of all the other CIPs we have, and make a decision if we want to go forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a seconder, the Vice Mayor, so we can vote. So motion passes, 6 yes, 1 abstain. Okay, so now we're moving on to item 7.1 on your agenda, which is the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. Shoreline Manager Brady Rubush and Steve Rottenborn, Vice President and Wildlife Ecologist from H.T. Harvey and Associates, will present the item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you. Sorry, I'm not quite seasoned at this, so it took me a little while to get set up. Tonight, we're going to present to you the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. With me, I have Steve Brutmorn from H.T. Harvey and Associates, the consultant that's been working with us. We also have Phil Higgins, our biologist and wildlife preservation coordinator, here to answer questions, who's on our city staff, as well as the community services director and assistant community services director, John and Brenda, who I think you know pretty well. To start off, the background, purpose, and boundaries of the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. This was an item on the 2019-21 Council Goals Work Plan. It carried over onto the current Council Goals Strategic Map. This plan fits into a framework of plans, and we wanted to clarify that. There was a lot of questions of that from the public when we went to PRC. This is not replacing the Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan. It is not overriding the North Bayshore Precise Plan EIR. It fits within that framework and kind of addresses areas that aren't necessarily covered by those other documents. That includes our post-closure maintenance plan, the sea level rise studies, and all of those. It works within that framework, not overriding or replacing any of those. The purpose of the plan is to consolidate and create a one-stop shop for kind of all the governing principles we have for our wildlife at the county, local, state, and federal level. That's what Section 2 is, which Steve will be talking about. And then also to cover best practices for maintenance and address projects for preserving and enhancing habitat within Shoreline. The boundaries of the plan are Shoreline, and then they also include the Egret, Rookery, and Charleston Retention Basin, which were added through the public input process. All three of these areas have unique ecological characteristics, and they're also areas that the city has control over. So we can monitor, control the maintenance of them, and so we felt these were the best boundaries to have for the plan. For the public input process, we kicked off the public input process on March 9th at a PRC meeting. We created an annotated outline, which was shared at that time. We then went through a series of meetings with stakeholder groups, and then in June and July, we did a public input survey. We had a 5-minute video created by H.T. Harvey and Associates that was on the website summarizing the plan. We had the annotated outline available on the plan, and then we collected survey results, which were summarized by H.T. Harvey, and then that input was incorporated into the plan as well as presented to the PRC in February. I will get to what came out of the February PRC later in the presentation. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to H.T. Harvey.
Thank you, Brady. So this slide provides an overview of the chapters in the Wildlife Management Plan, and the introduction describes the purpose and focus of the plan and its relationship to other wildlife management, habitat restoration, and biodiversity efforts in the region. Although the shoreline area supports large numbers of wildlife species, the plan focuses on increasing and maintaining biodiversity by focusing on those species that are found primarily at shoreline, the species that make shoreline a special place. The plan also discusses the local, state, and federal guidelines and regulations governing wildlife at shoreline, the ecosystems, habitats, and wildlife movement corridors there, the special status species and nesting birds that use shoreline, the umbrella species, and we'll talk a little bit more about them in a minute, on which the plan focuses to conserve habitats, how undesirable plant and animal species and pathogens will be managed, habitat management, enhancement, restoration, and landscaping, and how wildlife management at shoreline occurs while respecting landfill operations and burrowing owl habitat management, and finally, protocols and procedures for implementing the plan. Next. The plan describes the ecosystems and habitats of shoreline, the dominant plants and animals that use those habitats, habitat connectivity and wildlife movement, and recommendations for managing wildlife and wildlife habitats at shoreline. Next. So there are a number of rare and protected species, special status species at shoreline, and these are all discussed in the plan. There's one rare plant, we'll talk about that even though this is a wildlife management plan. Congdon's tar plant is a rare plant that occurs at shoreline, and we made sure that nothing that we described in terms of wildlife management conflicted with the conservation, the continued conservation of that plant. And in addition, as you can see on this slide, there are numerous special status animals that use shoreline. The plan also discusses the many common species that occur at shoreline. For example, there are large numbers of species of birds that nest at shoreline, and the plan discusses these species, when and where they nest, and how human activities can occur at shoreline while minimizing disturbance of these birds and their nests. So the plan uses 5 umbrella species to represent the entire wildlife community at Shoreline, with each umbrella species representing other common and special status species that use similar habitats. And those umbrella species are the black skimmer, which represents island nesting birds, birds that forage in open water habitats. California Ridgway's rail, which represents tidal salt marsh birds and mammals. The white-tailed kite, which represents grassland foraging species and birds that nest in trees. San Francisco common yellowthroat, representing animals that use brackish and freshwater marsh habitats. And finally, monarch butterfly, which represents grassland invertebrates and other butterfly species. So the idea is the conservation of these umbrella species and their habitats will not only benefit these species, but the entire suite of wildlife that occurs at Shoreline. The plan outlines guidelines for how management and maintenance will occur at Shoreline to benefit wildlife and to avoid adverse effects on those species. It discusses landfill operations and the constraints to activities on the landfill. You all know habitat management on the landfill is already designed to focus on burrowing owls per the burrowing owl preservation plan. And like Brady said, we didn't want anything in this plan to conflict with the burrowing owl habitat management that's already being done out there, or to conflict with the landfill operations, the monitoring and the operations that go on out there. The plan describes protocols and procedures for how the plan is going to be implemented. For example, including project evaluations performed by a qualified biologist to identify potential impacts and the appropriate conservation measures, staff training, and periodic review and updates to the standard operating procedures. And finally, the plan discusses habitat enhancement and restoration projects, including the details of some specific potential restoration projects, and discusses how wildlife movement and habitat connectivity at Shoreline can be enhanced and maintained. And with this, I'll pass it back to Brady.
Thank you, Steve. And so last I'm going to talk about reporting and adaptive management. This is also the last section of the plan. This discusses how the plan will be reviewed based on updates to regulations, best practices, and species occurrences, and provides a framework for feedback so that current monitoring can help determine if projects or practices are achieving their desired benefit. So this will be a living document because it reflects existing regulations that are already out there by other agencies. We need to be able to make sure that it's flexible enough for us to adapt it and update it. When we took this to the PRC in February, they recommended to adopt the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. They also recommended to have staff return annually to present the findings from the annual report to them, and then to have staff prioritize the Saline Lake Island project. With that, we brought that to you. And the annual presentation to PRC is really the annual check-in on how projects are doing. It's so that they can also talk about prioritization, budget, and next steps on projects. Such as the Saline Lake Island project, which has come up a lot. We wanted to clarify that we actually have a CIP in the current fiscal year that is taking the first steps to explore what type of erosion control or expansion would be possible with the Saline Lake Island. So it's sort of like a feasibility study, but I don't think that's the right word. But we're going to be looking at it to determine kind of the resources, next steps, the permitting requirements. Depending on what type of restoration we do for the island, that determines what permitting is triggered. And so it'll be looking at that. And then lastly, as part of the annual presentation to PRC, staff will provide updates on those projects associated with the plan. Should any changes to the plan be greater than a project update, that would go through a full review process like we did for the adoption of the plan and bring it to you with stakeholders, staff, and others. And so with that, we'll conclude and say thank you.
Thank you. So do any members of the council have questions? Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a few. First, thank you, staff, for preparing the report, or the plan. It is comprehensive, and I was pleased to see a significant amount of support from the community and from the stakeholders who I know you've been working with diligently. So thank you for the preparation of the plan. A couple of questions that I've gotten from some of the stakeholders. How many rangers do we have right now enforcing the various policies and regulations out in Shoreline?
Currently, we are budgeted for 3 full-time rangers and then a host of hourly rangers. The ranger program, as you may recall, was brought in-house in 2018, and we started as kind of a pilot study with 1 full-time ranger and a lot of hourlies in order to kind of see where we would need ranger support in terms of locations and time of the week, seasonal. And then in 2020, after March 2020, we brought on 2 full-time positions of rangers. So what's interesting is that 2022 summer is actually the first summer, arguably, that we actually had our full ranger program and a fully operating Shoreline. But so we are looking at that. But right now it's 3 full-time rangers, and then we have budget for hourly rangers for support.
Thank you. And then full-time, is that just business hours? Does that include making sure folks aren't at Shoreline after hours? And so what are the days and the hours where we have coverage out there?
When we are fully staffed, we have coverage basically from 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. standard, but then we also schedule rangers for event support. So it'll vary depending on concerts, private events out at Shoreline, at the Ringstorff House or other facilities out there. But the standard is 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week.
Okay, thank you. And then do the rangers have the ability to give out citations? And I guess what is the limit of their authority?
Currently, our rangers are educational. They do not have citation authority. And that was by design when we brought the program in-house, mostly due to what happens after citations and the enforcement aspect of it, and kind of the time that takes and how that would interact with PD. And so previously, before we brought it in-house, they also didn't have citation authority, and it seemed effective. And so that's where we've started with it, is right now it's educational, informational, and more just having a presence.
Okay, and then do rangers ever call the police when there are violators who are refusing to comply?
Yes, they can. They have radios that are tied into dispatch, and so they are aware when things are happening in the park that public safety is replying to, police or otherwise. And then yes, they have a good relationship with PD in terms of response to different items along the trails and in Shoreline.
Okay. Do we have problems after the park is closed?
Yes, I wouldn't say there's a chronic problem, but I wouldn't say that we never have visitors after hours either. And so, yeah, I don't have statistics on that for you, but to say that no public show up to Shoreline after hours would definitely not be true.
Fair enough. Okay. That might be helpful to quantify at some point. And then for, I should know this, but I'm guessing, the public is not allowed to access the Saline Lake Island, right? That would be trespassing if they were to step onto the island.
Correct. We currently have a buoy system and lines that are surrounding the island, and a buffer of, I believe, 100 feet around the island to keep Saline Lake users and recreational users off of it.
Okay, and then do the employees who are working with the boat rentals educating the people who are renting the boats so they know that they can't cross the buoys?
Yes, that is part of it. They have a lot to convey to those that are going out on the boats in terms of safety and life saving and all that. So I don't know when you're a 13-year-old hopping in a boat and worried about your life jacket and slipping off the dock. I don't know how much it sinks in, but yes, they are informed and instructed by our Saline Lake operator.
Okay, that's helpful. And then if there are violations, people go to the island and cause problems, who's liable for that?
I'm gonna see if John can come in here and...
Good evening, John Marchant, Community Services Director. There is a difference between a boat user who might be learning to sail and getting close to the island and needs to be pulled away versus someone who is trying to get onto the island. I am not aware of folks actually trying to get on the island recently. However, if they were seen doing that, depending on who sees it and who they call, if it's city staff, we would call our ranger out to ensure that they go and make contact with the boat operator. They would send somebody out to make contact, bring them back, and then determine that the next steps from there, depending on how the conversation goes, whether they were stranded, something else happened. So it's just a matter of situational awareness and what the purpose of that person's them accessing the lake if they did, or the island if they did. If it was on purpose, we would take certain action compared to I didn't know what else to do and was just waiting for help. So I think it's just a case-by-case basis.
Understood. Thank you. Last question. Do the rangers prioritize certain areas of the park?
Yes, it varies depending on what's happening. So obviously, if we're having a whole bunch of special events on a weekend, there'll be more around the facilities. If we are having a 5K, 10K, they'll be focused on that route. If there was a car break-in, we'll probably patrol the parking lots more. And then our rangers also help with the barbecue areas in urban parks and do patrol other areas like off-leash areas in urban parks. If there's reports from the public that folks aren't staying in the off-leash areas, we'll usually send a ranger or something like that. And so, yeah, they have their kind of standard routes that they follow depending on, again, the season, the time of day, time of week. And then if there are incidences that they respond to, then they'll focus on different areas.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So actually, you just said something that was very interesting. So the rangers cover more than Shoreline. They're covering the trails and all the parks of the city, the 3 full-time ones?
They do. Their primary focus, and they're based out of Shoreline, and Shoreline is the primary focus, but then they will respond to other incidences, issues, concerns from residents around the city.
Okay. And I just want to clarify the feasibility study for the island at the Sailing Lake is, I think you said when you described it that it's not just for stopping the erosion, but it is for restoring the island. Does that mean like restoring it to its original size?
I don't think we're at a place necessarily where we're going to be going into that level of detail, but I think it's more exploring what resources would be required for that, kind of what it would entail to restore it at all to its original size. Really, at this point, I think it's pretty broad. I'm going to let Dawn hop in, though, because her group's overseeing that.
Thank you. I spoke with staff just a couple hours ago about it. We have a request for proposals going out later this week, and we're confirming that the scope of work includes looking at a variety of alternatives that will be from erosion control for the existing island size that's out there today to restoring it to its original size, and looking at what's involved in both alternatives in terms of the type of work that's involved, level of difficulty, the permitting that it could create, and it truly is it's like a feasibility study. And once we have that information, can bring back forward to council for consideration of which alternative we would be working on pursuing.
Great. Let's see here. And then, in section 9, wildlife connectivity, as I read that project will be done without council direction. Is that correct? To do it?
Which project in section 9?
In section 9, it talks about doing a lot of planting so that there is connectivity for wildlife.
That's a kind of a general guideline, not necessarily a specific project. We last year, 2 years ago, completed a 3-year habitat restoration project along the bank of Permanente Creek that feeds into that kind of planting and corridor building enhancing. And so that's more referencing kind of a series of projects that we would be looking at undertaking. I don't think we would bring it to council unless it was part of some sort of grant process where we would require approval. But the idea being that those smaller projects would be something that we would handle at the staff level unless it was a budgetary concern, resource concern, partnership agreement concern that we would come to council for.
Okay, so that would be the same for in section 10, the landscaping. So those were general things that they're smaller projects that will happen as a result of this plan.
Correct. And to be honest, a lot of it's already happening, and the plan really just seeks to kind of put it into writing. So we have it written down somewhere in terms of best practices for landscaping and then looking at those areas. But yes, those maps and those would be something we would handle at more at the staff level than coming to council unless needed to.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I just wanted to confirm, we've been talking about the community shoreline and the money that's associated with it. And I just wanted to confirm that all of this will be funded through the Shoreline community.
Based on the slurry of nodding heads, I will say yes.
I just wanted to get that out there.
Yes.
I think it's an important
it will
fact.
be, and that's part of the reason why we also picked these boundaries again for our shoreline staff and what we can oversee.
Great. I have some comments, but we're just doing questions now.
And I will just step in and say yes regarding the funding from Shoreline, other than grant funding that we receive from other agencies. So we have utilized grant funding in the past and look forward to continuing to look for those opportunities to meet the desires and what is in the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan, utilizing grant funding as much as we can, and then also, but the baseline is Shoreline funding.
Thank you. Councilmember Abakoga.
Thank you, Mayor. Going back to the rangers, are we fully staffed with the 3 plus the part is it hourly or part-time?
Currently, we are not. We had a retirement recently, and another ranger has gotten another full-time job elsewhere whose last day is Friday. So
we're down to 1 right now?
with hourlies, and so we're supplementing with hourly support right now for coverage.
Okay.
And the program is kind of designed that way so that if a full-time ranger is out, we can bring in hourlies to help cover for that.
Okay, got it. And then it seems like 3 plus the hourlies it's quite a bit of geography to cover. I remember when we were trying to protect the burrowing owls, there were issues with people sticking bottles in their burrows and whatnot. But I know there's a lot of interest with the island too. Do we have signage that warns people not to disturb these habitats? What else can we be doing? It seems like with only 3 rangers, it's right. By the time something happens, it's probably going to be too late for them to get there to stop it. So, are there other, monitoring and enforcement measures we're taking?
No, absolutely. Great question. So we do have extensive signage at Shoreline, and it's one of the things that we are looking to always improve and expand upon, whether it's interpretive, informational, or enforcement, I guess, for lack of a better word. And then we also do have a lot of good community enforcement, honestly, from the public, and the public being able to see what's going on and inform people. The knowledge of Shoreline, the knowledge of the burrowing owl is actually quite surprising when you get out there and in it, about how many people commonly in Mountain View know about it. And so we're fortunate that we have an active community that also participates. And then lastly, while we only have 3 full-time rangers and an hourly support, we also have other staff that are within Shoreline that are also aware of the rules. And to be honest, a lot of times if they're venturing off the trails and into somewhere they shouldn't be, whether or not it's habitat, it's not safe and it's not a good idea for them. And so city staff in general can intervene and help. And so, but yeah, those are kind of the proactive, I guess, is the word for it, that we have, so that we're not just reacting with rangers.
And I'll ask a question. A lot of the area in question is a golf course, And I asked briefly as a written question earlier whether there was any consideration of making that more natural landscaping, or if the grasslands as it is are fine. I got an answer saying that redoing it or refurbishing it, I may be using the wrong word, is upcoming, but I'm wondering if you have more information on that. Is there, is there any idea of doing more natural landscaping, something that could be habitat, or is that not a good idea at a golf course area? I'm familiar with, I think, Scottish golf, I think more natural golf, and I think the Palo Alto golf course was converted to dry landscaping, or a Scottish golf course or something of that sort. So any information on that would be helpful.
Sure, and just to add on to the comments that were provided to you in the Q&A, the golf course, we believe, will need a renovation sometime in the next 10 years or so. And first, we need to look at what's similar to the island, being able to do a study. What is it that we can do, given the fact that we have so many protected species? We need to go through and see what a renovation looks like, and what can we do without impacting the existing wildlife and environment that we have, and ensuring that we can get environmental clearance to do that. And then the second phase is to look at design, of which absolutely can look at some of the habitat improvements on the golf course to help the specific wildlife that we're looking to bring into that area. And so it's just a matter of looking at the design component at that time. So right now, I can't tell you that that is going to happen, but certainly when the time comes, that is a design concept we can look at.
Thank you very much. Last call for council questions. Seeing none. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We'll take in-person speakers first. Okay, at your request, we will take online speakers first. So first we have Matthew Dodder.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Dodder. I hope you can hear me. I am the executive director of Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society, and I'm also a resident of Mountain View for the past 40 years. And during that time, I visited Shoreline well over 1,000 times. Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society has a lot of programs at Shoreline, the Retention Basin, and Egret Rookery on Shorebird Way. So between the visits that I've been there and all the people that we take there and show the beauty of the animals and wildlife, many hundreds of people have come there. And we've got many hundreds of Audubon members living in Mountain View. They all love Shoreline because of the diversity of the animals there. We also have a really vivid education program that takes 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders to Shoreline and Charleston Slough to show them the wildlife and diversity that's there. So many hundreds of people enjoy this place because of the diversity. With regard to the island, black skimmers nest there. This is a recent addition to the island. Forster's terns, American habitat, black-necked stilts, killdeer. Last year, we even had a visiting black tern, which is proof that the work on the island is benefiting the wildlife there. Disturbance to that island is extremely important because nesting birds will abandon their nests, leaving them open to predators. So we really are very pleased with Mountain View for prioritizing biodiversity in the work plan. It recognizes the importance of biodiversity, and Mountain View is no exception to that. So we want to thank the city for all the work they've done with this and look forward to protecting species at Shoreline Park and seeing it flourish with the animals and wildlife that we love so much. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And now Annette Hertz.
Hello, hello, this is Annette. I am one of the aforementioned active members of the community, I guess. I live in Mountain View for, I guess, 17 years now. and originally from Germany. And I love living here and not in small parts because of all that the city does in the city of Mountain View. And one of them is, of course, our nature, including Shoreline Park. And years ago, I volunteered for the Santa Clara Valley Audubon when we advocated for the Burrowing Owl Preservation. And I was so happy to see this coming to reality. I do know that all this advocacy and going to city council meetings, it's hard work, and it's great to see something so rewarding coming out of it. And so I would like to express my support and that of many of my friends for that wildlife plan at Shoreline. And I would like to press out with the importance this has for not just, our enjoyment as residents, but, for the biodiversity as a whole. And with the climate change, we do need biodiversity for our own survival as well. So I would like to mention that the support of all the wild species of Shoreline Park, the egret rookery and the Charleston retention basin should take precedence over any human enjoyment. And I actually have called the ranger myself recently on some people that do get too close to the island and to wildlife at Shoreline Lake. That seems to be a continued problem in that case. It was a sub paddler that kept on going too close to the thing and blaring loud music. And I also want to express my thanks to the ranger, who was very professional and friendly and very helpful. And I hope we can fill that open position soon, because we do need those rangers to impose all the regulations to protect wildlife, especially on that island that I think is especially prone to disturbance by people. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And now Casey Hetterly.
Good evening, Mayor Hicks and council members. My name is Casey Hetterly, and I'm a volunteer with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. SCVAS has been advocating for development of the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan for 5 years. The preparation of the SWMP was expected to start in 2019, but it was delayed due to COVID and eventually incorporated into the work plan for the council priority of preserving biodiversity in Mountain View. During the COVID restrictions, the importance of an effective SWMP became clearer than ever. Wildlife thrived during the stay-at-home period. Later, as people started visiting parks in greater numbers than ever, public appreciation of wildlife and nature, as well as visitor impacts on wildlife and habitat, became evident. The wildlife of Shoreline must be protected and their habitat cherished if they are to persist in our landscape. The SWMP achieves most of our hopes and expectations. It clarifies the regulatory framework and requirements that protect species and their habitat, and captures best practices that are currently employed by city staff in protecting and providing the species that call Shoreline home. It develops and documents standard operating procedures and protocols for evaluating new and ongoing projects, such as the landfill, public works, recreation, events, etc., in an adaptive management approach. We ask you tonight to approve the plan and accept the Parks and Recreation Commission recommendations to provide an annual presentation to the PRC and to prioritize capital investment projects to ensure that special wildlife assets are protected and enhanced, especially the island and the sailing lake. The biggest threat to wildlife is visitor access and activities. We need to maintain and increase the protection of wildlife and critical habitat areas, especially during the nesting season. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no more virtual hands, Shawnee Kleinhaus.
Thank you. Thank you for your work for the community and for the wildlife of Shoreline Park. I've started advocating for the wildlife of Shoreline Park about 12 years ago with the Burrowing Owl Management Plan at the time. Then it was called Preservation Plan, which was the right name for it. And initially I came starting to advocate for something, and I found that I was bursting into an open door. This city has done more than any other city in this area to protect the very unique set of wildlife at Shoreline. And Shoreline is richer for that in many ways. And we see that. We see the skimmers showing up, and they weren't there all that many years ago. The burrowing owls are still there, surprisingly enough. They're almost extinct anywhere else in the South Bay. So it was really important to capture the adaptive management methods and all the information that your staff has been doing, all the work that I've been doing. So if a new ranger comes in, they'll have something to learn from. And that potentially I can take this plan to Palo Alto and say, hey, look. So I really want to thank you. And also, the staff, the consultant that worked on it, and the PRC that looked really deeply into it. I hope the island can get fixed soon, because if we lose that, there is a huge asset lost. I hope the egrets continue to nest in Mountain View, and the beautiful little bird with the yellow bird with the black mask, which is the common yellowthroat, continues to thrive here. It is important to balance activities with nature conservation, and it's difficult. And in Mountain View, especially with all the many activities and the landfill and protection of wildlife, you've succeeded so far. It's important to continue, and it's important to allocate the resources needed for that. Thank you so much, and welcome, Councilmember Ramos. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to bring the item back for council deliberation and action. Vice Mayor?
Well, I'm delighted that this is coming before us. It's the kind of thing in my professional life I would have worked on, but I didn't work on this plan. But anyway, I'm just delighted to see it. There are a couple things I want to bring to everybody's attention first. One is a little bit about the history of Shoreline Park. If we had been there 50 years ago, it would have looked so different, because basically it was a dump. And the city fathers of Mountain View said, well, okay, we got this dump, but sort of what can we do to, turn this around and make it even better? Maybe, so what they did was they bought, or they allowed San Francisco to bring their garbage to Mountain View, to a landfill, and they collected money for that. And that money was to be used to develop this park, which I think most of us would agree is the crown jewel of Mountain View. I mean, it's just a wonderful resource. And they raised the surface area approximately 9 feet. I don't think anybody back then was thinking about climate change, but if they had been, it was a really brilliant thing to do, to raise this shoreline 9 feet. And that money has been the seed money for many things that we have all benefited from. So I just wanted to mention that, because I think that sometimes you don't think back to, 50 years ago wasn't really that long ago. And think of maybe we're doing something now that'll have an impact 50 years from now. I don't know, it'd be nice to think. But anyway, what they did in collecting that garbage here, building landfill, was really great. And another thing that's good about it is it's not a super old landfill. We know exactly where those landfill cells are, and that means we can do an excellent job of determining what are the uses that are safe on top of that landfill. And we continue to do that, and we must continue to do that. But because it's a really modern landfill, and it was well mapped and well operated that's an opportunity we have, and we all benefit from that. So I just wanted to give everybody a little bit of a history lesson, because I think it's this kind of renovation from a landfill to a park that's pretty cool. Then the other thing I wanted to say is yes, for the adaptive management. In order for species protection efforts to work, you have to have adaptive management. Like Shawnee was saying, 10 years ago, those skimmers weren't here. Well, now they are, and we have to, we want to do things to make their life better and make it safer for them. And that's the kind of thing that adaptive management brings up. You take an annual look or some periodic look at what's happening, and you talk about, what are the interactions about that, and then you move more forward accordingly. So from a scientific point of view, that's just good, really, really good practice. Then the other thing let me borrow these. This is really bad today. Then the other thing I wanted to mention is it's great for grants. As Shawnee mentioned, most of what we're doing is writing down what is the standard practice, how are we doing these things. But when you go out for grants and you can say to somebody, this is in a plan that the city council has approved, you get a lot of points for that. So that's great. We'll put those points to good use. So anyway, with that, I would proudly move the staff recommendation to accept the Shoreline Wildlife Plan and thank everyone who took part in it.
So I see we have a motion and also a second. And Councilmember, City Attorney Logue, do you want to make a comment?
Just a very quick comment. It's not on the agenda, but I just wanted to state for the record that you're acting in your capacity as the board of directors for the Shoreline Regional Park community when you're taking this action. We had that clarified under the closed session item, but we forgot to put that for this item. So just for the record.
Thank you. So yes, the vice mayor made a motion, and it was seconded by Councilmember Matichak. Councilmember, do you want to say something in addition? Yes.
I do, thank you. I am very thankful that we have this plan, that it was created. Really, the importance of nature and the importance of wildlife can't be underestimated. Certainly during COVID, I think people sought out nature, and I know I particularly really enjoy nature. I love a hike. I love going out to Shoreline. And so this one was really, really important to me. So I really appreciate the work that was done on this. I will say this was a huge education for me, reading this. And of course, I read every single word, some of them more than one time. I even printed it off, highlighted sections. I mean, it was really good. I not only appreciated like the facts and figures and things in there, like the hard data, but also the implications and the context for why you were saying what you were putting in the plan. That was incredibly helpful for me. I do agree with the recommendations from the PRC. The island is really important to me. I have been on those pedal boats recently. And while I'm not a 13-year-old teenager, I was paying attention to, putting on your life vest and how to operate the pedal boats. But nobody mentioned to stay away from the island. But obviously it was marked off, and so we realized we shouldn't go there. But nobody told us why. That would have been very helpful. I think, I appreciated why it was there when I got closer, because, you can see the wildlife, but if somebody isn't paying attention, it'd be helpful for them to understand. And I always think it's important to provide the rationale for why you're saying what you're saying, so people can appreciate you're not just saying, no, don't do that. I am very interested in not just stopping the erosion, but providing a larger island, because as we saw, it attracted a new species that I think we want to keep. It's so interesting, all the different, well, the variety we have out in Shoreline. So that project is very important to me. I also am interested in the annual update, and maybe it's not a separate item on the council agenda, but I would like it sent to us or have it on the consent calendar, so we also get an update on what's happening. And there are a few items that I'm particularly interested in that I guess I'd like an update from time to time. It doesn't have to be anything formal, just a little email saying, hey, what is going on with the CIP for the island? You know, what are your thoughts on what we're going to do with that? I would appreciate that. As well as if we go forward with the floating islands in the ponds on the golf course. I really appreciated, I guess I didn't really internalize what it meant by there are these umbrella species. But as I read it, I thought, oh, I get it now. This covers so much more than just the umbrella species. So I was glad to see there were things like frogs and mice and all these other things in here, rabbits, that, you know, I think are really important for the diversity out there. And so I really appreciated that the islands along the golf course, in the golf course ponds, can help frogs. So I do want to know if that one happens. And I was also interested in hearing about the fencing because, you know, as we talked about, you know, the rangers, it is important to make sure we're managing access to sensitive areas, especially during you know, nesting. Yeah, thank you. Couldn't think of that word. Yes, I appreciate the egret rookery. I take visitors there all the time. I was surprised at the retention basin. What a change has occurred there since, I think it was 2019 when half of it was dedicated, to now. It's absolutely incredible how that has changed. Love it. So I would like updates on like the fencing if we're doing that, just so we kind of get a heads up on the sensitive areas. But again, this is great. I feel like once again, you know, Mountain View's taking the lead. So thank you so much. This is absolutely exactly what I feel like I was looking for. Thank you.
And I assume those are not friendly amendments to the, is there anything in specific you want? Okay. Those are just comments. Okay. And now Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you. It was great that you clarified that the PRC will be getting their annual report that they requested. I would like to look into how, as Councilmember Matichek mentioned, how will you protect the egrets during the nesting periods. One of the emails we got was making sure that as we create those barriers, that those barriers aren't, I don't know, visibly ugly. I don't know a better word for it, but a pleasant experience for those who also enjoy the Shoreline park. So that's something I want us to hopefully look into, that as we make those kind of barriers that are protective, but also doesn't take away from the experience of people enjoying nature. As for the whole plan, I'm actually quite excited about this. This was a new thing for me to look into in terms of the cities, what the city does. From a landfill to, I believe there were rodeos there once. We had a long time ago, there was a historical association event about when Shoreline was Sterling, and how it changed over the years. But I think about, as we think to the future, a lot of people think to the future means something like a Disneyland, Tomorrowland kind of thing. But what's kind of great about this is we're thinking of a green, biodiverse future. That's something just very different from the common thought. So I think this is actually really great and future and forward thinking, but in a way that preserves our climate and takes care of our environment. So Thank you so much, staff. Thank you so much for the community for pushing this. I particularly liked how we have our rangers that do some enforcement of protecting this land, but there was also a significant factor of community enforcement, and I think that is an important part that we need to highlight. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Abbott-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. I also just want to echo the thanks and the excitement for this project and plan. Listening to Shawnee reminded me of 12 years ago and the whole debate about whether to protect the burrowing owls or not. And my daughters at that time were 6 and 8, and they were like, "Mom, you have to protect the owls." And here we are in a completely just expanding everything and becoming more inclusive. And it really is a jewel in our crown to have the shoreline area. I go out there and it's like a whole different world. And it's just amazing to see all the species and creatures out there. And so even though we are becoming more urbanized, it's good to see that we can protect our environment. And, it reminds me that, we are just one part of the earth, biosphere, whatever you want to call it. But, it's important for us to maintain the species that we have and to because we do depend on each other. Sorry, I'm getting kind of philosophical, I guess, but I think that this is really a great example of how we can, we can do that. We can protect the environment even as we need to continue to grow as a city. So thank you to staff, thank you to the community, and I just want to, in particular, thank Shawnee Kleinhaus for running through that door 12 years ago. Thanks to your leadership, I think you play a big part in why we're here today. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo the sentiments and thanks that my colleagues have shared. I did want to say thank you to Vice Mayor Showalter for the history and your comments. I did appreciate them. And also Councilmember Matichak, who I spoke with about this item in advance of the meeting. And I think you helped educate me because I wasn't quite as thorough as you were in reviewing the plan. But you asked a lot of great questions. I think those were mostly your questions and the questions submitted in advance of the meeting. And I learned a lot. I was grateful to staff for preparing that. I did want to ask just procedurally, the staff recommendation is different from the PRC recommendation, or is staff recommending to us essentially what the PRC recommended?
Thank you, and I was going to speak to that if you did not. So tonight, staff recommendation is to adopt the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. The PRC did ask for consideration regarding to formalize the idea of staff coming back on an annual basis. And as you heard tonight, staff is really taking a look at the island proactively here. We have an existing CIP. We're ready to go out to bid within the next couple of days. And so we truly are taking that to heart. And so it's just a matter of up to council how to formalize those additional recommendations from the PRC on top of adopting the plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I understood the motion on the floor to be the staff recommendation. I am comfortable with and supportive of the PRC recommendations, but I appreciate John's or Director Marchand's explanation. So either way, I'm comfortable with the motion, or if you wanted to make concrete the PRC recommendations, I'm comfortable with that as well.
Yeah, I would be happy to amend the motion to include the PRC recommendations as well.
Is that thorough enough?
So I'm sorry, I assumed
detail
it
added.
included that when I seconded it too. Yeah.
Based on what
yeah.
the Community Services Director said, I think maybe it didn't. So let's add that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
See, this is why you have a music major in the council.
Mm-hmm. So Mr. Marchand, is that sufficient? Yes, okay. So now Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. I'll be supporting the revised, clarified motion. I feel like as I was preparing for tonight, it was really exciting. It was like, get to support affordable housing and our wildlife. This is a great meeting. not to say I don't always think the meeting's going to be great, but I was just really, really excited. And I think just kind of shows our city's innovative spirit in terms of the project we just saw and this one. I think that something we talk about often is Mountain View is going to change and grow, and how do we do that? And this shows that you can do both. You can have housing, you can have affordable housing, and you can protect and preserve wildlife, and, as the Vice Mayor was saying, create adaptive plans that are kind of all-inclusive as we're changing and growing. So I just was really excited. I love how this plan will layer into our existing work. And to me, I've always thought, how do the puzzle pieces fit? And staff's explanation was great. We have to do it all. It's going to take all of it. And I think the only other thing I'd like to add is a comment of making sure we communicate this widely to the region, to our residents, because I think this is a really important step. We have so many people who use Shoreline in and around Mountain View that I'd love for, as Ms. Kleinhaus mentioned, take it to other communities. And I can't wait for you to go do that for us. So that's kind of what I wanted to add. And then just kind of a really fun note in terms of me feeling like our plans work. I was out with my run club, and they're like, what's this? What's this? I was like, oh, we have sea level rise, and this is what we need to prepare. And then they said, oh my God, snake. So I looked down. No, it was an egret eating the snake. So I feel like that's all to say it's working. We're seeing firsthand how it's working. And I was just glad that it wasn't on the trail and that it was the egret eating instead of me running from the snake. So just a big thank you to staff, our advocates, to community for making that happen. And I don't know, I thought it'd be a fun story to end tonight with.
Well, not quite, Anne, because I have a couple comments to make. That's all right. So I'm not going to, I agree with what other council members have said, and I'm not going to repeat it. I guess I just want to express why this is really important. I think often, deservedly, the climate crisis gets a lot of press, but the other environmental emergency that doesn't is species extinction and biodiversity loss. And often when I think about that whole realm of things, I think, we live in a city and somebody out there in rural areas should be taking care of that. But on further reading, out there in rural areas, a large part of that is farmland, and a large part of it is agribusiness with heavy use of pesticides. And the purpose of pesticides is to kill small creatures. And that's what happens. So cities and the, call them what you will, the parks or green belts around them are actually really important places to enhance biodiversity. And that's why I'm so glad that we have this plan, and thank you to staff and our consultant for working on this and the PRC, because this is the city and cities in general do try to combat the climate crisis, but we should also be trying to combat species extinction as well. So with that, I think we have a motion by the Vice Mayor and a second. Do you have any last comments? Okay, then we can vote. So, surprise, passes unanimously. Yes, thank you, everyone. Now we are going to item 8, which is our council, staff, and committee reports. Do we have any council, staff, and committee reports? Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. A few meetings to report out of. With Silicon Valley Clean Energy, we recently conducted our annual audit, and we had a clean audit, so that was good news. And I think you all have received it, but there was a community impact report by city that was sent out to everyone Hopefully you saw it. It shows the progress that each city is making under clean energy. Just one point would be there's been an 82% reduction in electricity-related emissions of greenhouse gas emissions. And it's also, right now, energy costs are high, but overall, Mountain View customers saved almost $800,000 on their bills. And right now, 40,500 households and businesses are receiving clean electricity from carbon-free sources as a result. So thank you for to our city for the great support. We were one of the founders. I'd like to remind folks of that, of SVCE. I went to the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority meeting, and there was a review of this current housing element cycle. Things are moving along, but I will note that as of the end of January, I think there have been a few more cities that have come, but there are only 4 cities that were certified of their housing elements. Is it 8 now? Okay, great. So we're at 8, and I think there's 101 cities. So, but they were comparing it to Southern California, which is only at 45%, and I think they had a 2-year start. So they were trying to say it's okay, or it's good news that we have 8 that have been certified. But the other part of that was that there are the REAP funds, and these funds are allocated from the state to, and MTC ABAG received about $103 million of that. And some of that goes to helping cities with technical assistance. Our county received, I forget how much, but we used that to hire a planning collaborative staff, and they've been working on like a ADU program where a website where it can help folks who want to build ADUs. And then we just approved 2 new pilot programs, one $15 million for a preservation pilot program. So this would be for mostly probably nonprofits to be able to buy existing units to help with preventing displacement. And they're looking to preserve at least 60 families in their homes. So that will be, the funding will be coming out, and cities and nonprofits are welcome to apply. And then the other one was for they call them priority sites, so trying to build new developments, and the funding for that would go to building at least 100 new units, and eligible entities are you'd have to have a nonprofit partner. It could be a mix of market rate and affordable, and they included in here we talk about the COPA-TOPA model, and that is being included in this pot of money. So these will be coming online, and cities will be notified of these opportunities. And then Cities Association, we hired a new legal counsel, someone familiar to us. It's the Rennie Public Law Group, and then specifically, Jenny Quinn will be working with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yes, earlier in the meeting, we talked about the alternate issue related to the Performing Arts Committee. And so I wanted to talk about the possibility of considering alternates for our advisory committees, and for that to be a possibility. Would that be something we put to the Council Policy Committee, or how would we go about that, City Attorney?
Well, I think that I'm not sure that it needs to go to the Policies and Procedures Committee. I think we need to look at each of the resolutions or legislation that created the respective bodies and then just bring those for amendment. So if they were, assuming they were created by resolution, we would bring a resolution amending the prior resolution to incorporate alternates in the membership of those bodies.
Well, I am really interested in us being able to do that, because it seems like for some of the advisory boards, we always have just an oversupply of people who want to serve on them. But for others, we really don't. It waxes and wanes a lot. And I know performing arts is one that from time to time has been very hard to fill and keep filled. So I would like just to give council members the opportunity to appoint alternates when it seems appropriate for all of our advisory committees. So do other people feel that that's reasonable?
Yeah, I do. I also think that my short period of time on the Council Policies and Procedures Committee, that we have seen talked over amendments. So I thought that would be the place that would house that conversation.
You can definitely go to the Policies and Procedures Committee. So just for clarification, you're looking at all bodies. So we would, you want to consider all bodies, and we would pull the legislation for each one, or are there particular ones that you want us to start with, or? And then we can go to the Policies and Procedures Committee first.
I think Councilmember Ramirez has a comment on this.
Thank you, Mayor. So I support the recommendation. It would be a very valuable tool, and in fact, we've used this tool even when we didn't realize it was illegal for us to do so. So I think it's a prudent modification. Different bodies were established in different ways. We wouldn't be able to do this with a charter established bodies. Maybe it's something we can consider with the, if the council approves the charter modernization, maybe that can come back to us. But for the bodies where we have a legislative authority to modify, I would support reviewing them. I also think it might be a good opportunity for the staff to review, if there are bylaws or whatever the legislation may be, just to make sure there aren't other things that might be worth fixing. So for instance, we've also had a challenge with the Performing Arts Committee. We actually appointed a couple of folks who ended up not being eligible because they had the conflict of, I think, having some relationship with one of the, what are they called? The companies that work with the Center for Performing Arts. So I think it's a good idea. I also want to give staff broader flexibility to recommend additional modifications as they see fit. I don't necessarily see a need for it to come to any particular subcommittee. It feels trivial enough to come back as a consent item, but I just wanted to say I support the idea.
I just wanted to say, with regard to bylaws, a lot of those are actually adopted by the bodies themselves. So I just reviewed some that are going to the body themselves. So I'm not sure. I mean, that's a bigger project. Maybe Heather could.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, for the CPPC question, since this isn't a policy of the council, I don't know that it would be best addressed at one of those meetings. But we could definitely, if we got direction that was broad enough, as Councilmember Ramirez said, for us to look holistically at the resolutions that created some of your bodies. I know that you have some bodies that were created on minute order that would be great to put in as resolutions, that we could bring an item back that kind of, added some alternate abilities, maybe made some suggestions for membership that would be helpful. So if we had broad direction, we could bring something back.
So you're saying you could bring it back on the consent calendar?
Yeah, we could.
And you would like more direction from us?
As long as you're comfortable with what we've talked about, then I can take that.
Yeah, I fully support this. I've seen over and over again that we sometimes have, a lot of really strong applicants and sometimes not so much. And it would be great to be able to put the strong applicants on as alternates and let them participate and not constantly be seeking new people. So I strongly support this. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I do have a couple of questions, and I'm not sure if we can go into this level of detail under item 8, but so let me know if we can't. I feel like we've sort of changed, based upon the conversation here, how we handle alternates. So when we've appointed alternates in the past with the exclusion of the RHC, they have not participated. They only participate once there is an opening. And then I actually think the council, even though they might have been an alternate, the council took action to appoint them. Isn't that true? It didn't just automatically happen. Because I remember on the EPC, there was an alternate, and then there was an opening, and the council, this was not when I was on council, took action to appoint that person. So I guess I need to understand what we're thinking, how that would work. And then are we saying, that we've never had, with the exception of the RHC, the alternate participate but not vote?
Well, the EPC, the library board, and the Parks and Rec are in the charter. Yep. So they're not covered by this. But I personally think that for most of our advisory boards, having the alternates be able to be participants but not vote is just fine, because, I mean, for instance, you go to the library board meeting, they sit around a small conference table in, a conference room, and they usually don't have any public at all. So that's sufficiently informal that I think having an alternate, whereas EPC, they're sitting here, it's very different. So I would kind of think that staff could really give us advice on that would just be appropriate to the boards that we currently have.
So would it be one alternate per body?
I'd say let's look at 2 based on the situation we just had.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think that we get so many people who I think don't know what they're getting into, and then they quit with some sort of excuse of family matters or whatever. And so it would be also a way of onboarding people. So I would support 2 who could participate but not vote. City Manager McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Matichek. So I think what we can do is we can bring it back to you all, take a look at it. As to the questions about alternates, they would not vote because otherwise they would be full members. So, but certainly if you all wanted, they could participate. If you want to have 1 or 2 alternates, we can bring that back to you. I will note, though, that we have had some challenges recruiting for some of the advisory bodies. So it may not be possible to have 2 alternates because there's just a lot of turnover, like with what we're seeing with everything. But if that is council's interest, I would just ask you to take a straw poll. And then, as our city clerk said, we can look at all of them and bring something back on consent.
Yeah, I would like the option to put up to 2 at the committee's discretion, but the clerk's discretion, yes. Councilmember Ramos?
If you have 2 alternates, or we're going to have some process, if there's 1 opening, like alternate 1 is the first choice and alternate 2 is the second choice, is that how we're going to do it, or is that going to be another discussion?
Thank you, Mayor. So, go ahead. I was just going to say thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Ramos. So yes, let's say you have 1 person gone and both of your alternates are there. I think you would have to designate who the voting alternate would be. Right. So alternate 1 and alternate 2. We can build that into the recommendations as well.
Okay, are there more comments on this before I take a straw poll? Councilmember Ramos?
So this is going to be different from the format that the RHC has, where if someone's absent, then the alternate can come in and vote. But this is just only if the actual person resigns.
I see.
It's whatever you direct, but that is, I mean, that she's pointing out a scenario that I'm familiar with where I've seen that you appoint 2 alternates on a body and that person can step in if there's an absence, right, to participate?
Yeah, I think that we might need to take this back and have a little bit of conversation about the legality of some of the things that have come up and make it really clear when we bring it back what the alternate would do and how that would work, if they would just be voting in the absence or recusal of a member rather than slotting into an empty position, because I don't know that we would want to have that. But yeah, we can definitely, cover all of that in the item that comes back to you.
Okay, so I think we've covered most of the, oh, you have a comment?
I just had one more question, and that is, does the alternate become a full member automatically when there's a vacancy, or does the council have to act on that? I don't know what the common practice is. I don't even know what it is on the RHC.
I think that we would need to look into that, but I don't think that we can circumvent the Maddie Act when you have a vacancy. So even though you appoint alternates, I'm not sure if you can do it. I don't know if the noticing for the positions would be sufficient to cover for the Maddie Act if there was a vacancy and then that alternate swoops into that spot, or whether or not the Maddie Act still would require you to post notice of the vacancy. So that's some legal research that I need to do to determine whether or not they can automatically become a member if a vacancy is created, or if the Maddie Act still requires notice of the vacancy.
Yeah, I think I would prefer that they are able to slide into it and we don't reopen the process, but of course, if that's legally not possible, then I prefer that we not do that. So I think we fleshed out most, what's that? Oh, that one is in the queue.
Thanks.
Councilmember Kamei.
I don't know what happened to my fuzzy thing. Yeah, sorry. So, I think I'd be comfortable voting for this. I also appreciate tonight we voted on consent. I was trying to find it. Some revisions that some revisions and amendments to the process, and so one of them is the Brown Act training, which I know many of us attended earlier this year, and I feel like I wonder if there can be and I hate to bring this up because it will involve staff, but there's like a board or a commission 101 or something, because I feel like there isn't a full understanding, kind of like we're talking about, there isn't necessarily a full understanding of the applicants, perhaps the time commitment or the requirements. We just had an email today, right, of someone resigning who I feel like recently got appointed. And so my concern is that maybe we need to troubleshoot it also from the other end, not just on the vacancy side, which I do hear and I understand, but I think it's also about, I've seen it's just the list and people may say like, this commission sounds awesome, right? And it's more, and they're not necessarily maybe understanding the full concept, and then we interview them in that kind of round robin, right? CPPC gets 5 minutes with them. I think it becomes very difficult. So I just wanted to throw that out there so perhaps staff can look into that as well, because that might ameliorate some of the problems that we're discussing in terms of the vacancy issue.
Yes, I would agree with that. Even maybe a little more upfront information about what educational information on the website about what you're getting into might be helpful, and save time for everyone. So, Councilmember Abekoga, were you going to make? Okay.
Oh, sorry.
So I think now we've fleshed out most of the issues, and we're going to take a straw poll on on agreeing that staff should go forward in exploring this. All those in favor? Okay, passes unanimously. I have a couple things to bring to item 8. I don't see anyone else. So I went to a meeting of all mayors in Santa Clara County that was called by San Jose Mayor, I always mispronounce his last name, Mahan. And we each talked about something important to us. And I talked a little bit about safe parking and how I hoped that other cities would adopt the program. And there were it was maybe the most interesting discussion we had. There was a lot of interest. We we are going to meet maybe quarterly, and I intend to bring more information on our safe parking program and how other cities could adopt it. We also talked about slow and closed streets like Castro Street. We talked about economic vitality and vacancies and how the pandemic had affected those. And then, of course, we talked a lot about the housing element. I also went to a lunch with the city manager that the president of Stanford, Mark Tessier-Levine, called. And they were talking also about partnering more with cities. And so you all can think about how you would like to partner with Stanford. Are there any other items that council members want to bring up? Seeing none, we will adjourn. The next city council meeting will be held on March 28th, 2023. And this meeting...
Mayor?
Oh, do you have a closed session report?
There is no report this evening.
Thank you. So now this meeting is adjourned at 9:42.